All right, yo, hello, good morning. Good morning, yo. Good morning, yo. I feel like shit. I've been feeling like shit for like 2 days straight now. I was supposed to get on stream yesterday, but I've just been feeling like crap since going to the doctors. I have like no energy in me. But we're here, we're chilling. Ugh. Yo. Who's good? I still have more appointments though. I've got one Wednesday, one Friday. We're getting there. Hey, Cloudies, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Well, I don't think I'm sick. I don't even know, man. Like, I'm not thoroughly dying, but I just need, like, energy. I have, like, a headache. Maybe I'm dehydrated. I just got into Warhammer because of you. Better be doing this. This is what you better be doing. Well, the Discord is open, sir. The Warhammer Discord's open if you want to go throw some things in there. If not, that's totally fine. No, my sleep schedule's bad. Sleep schedule's bad. I feel bad. I will be streaming on the main channel at least in a little bit. I'm just gonna try and wake up first and feel a bit better. Kill team? Yeah. It's a good way to get into it, honestly. Kill team is it's a smaller, easier to digest type of game, so it's great for beginners. Or just anyone for that matter. Alright, we'll be here for a little bit, and then we'll probably take a break, and then I'll be on the main channel, even though I said that yesterday, but I'm just cooked out of my mind. Maybe I do need some water. Let me go get some water before I start. One sec, sorry folks. Joe, little buddy. Oh. Oops. Back on. Back on. Well, Tabletop Simulator is a good way to get started. It's less of a commitment for sure. That's kind of the issue with this hobby. If you want to get started, it's a very big commitment. Time-wise, financially, everything. It's a big kind of all-or-nothing hobby. You gotta get a lot of stuff to get going. And then even once you have it, it's like you kind of have to adjust and add to things and tweak things and always work at it. But it's rewarding, you know? You really, really love it. I would say it certainly is a hobby that gets better over time. Oh, you're good then. If you're set, brother. You're way good. You are way good. There is no better time to become a dad than playing Warhammer. The dad hammer. No, it's great. All these hobbies are fun if you just kind of try to enjoy it as much as you can and not let everything else kind of weigh you down. You know, drown out the noise, right? Enjoy yourself. Have some fun. I think it's lagging. Yeah. Yeah, it's all part of the enjoyment. My eyes are watering. I need to get back to painting soon enough, but I have to build this list. I gotta build my 2,000 point list. Where's the sandpaper? There's... the good old mold line tax. Fucking laggy. For some reason I'm lagging, I don't know why. Let me actually... one sec. Let me see what it says when it lags. Old World is fun. It's been around for ages. Warhammer Fantasy has. It's blowing up right now because of Total War. Which is, I'm sure, where most people kind of are getting into the hobby from, which is great. No, there's a weird problem with the PC. It's like overloading or something. I have to see when it lags again. It'll tell me what it is. Yeah, right now the Skaven aren't really... Skaven aren't currently part of the narrative for the Old World setting, but they're there. They'll always be there. You cannot get rid of them. The omnipresent scum. I gotta see when this is lag. Well, we're doing variety in December. So whatever game that may be is in December. I still need to kind of get back to normal. Excuse me. Howdy! Bye! What are you doing? I haven't seen anything, sir. If he is playing Subnautica, though, that game is amazing. That is one of the best games ever made. That I think is the only game that's ever made me feel like I've been on a staycation. Like, you actively think you're somewhere else on Earth. Yo. Sorry, I can't really see the chat room because I'm trying to see what's wrong with my OBS. Settings, output. Maybe that's gonna work. Try that. Yeah, Subnautica is really good. It is for sure one of the best games ever made. I just keep showing up something at the bottom of the screen. It says, like, your encoding is to something something. I'm just waiting for it to come back, but I'm not sure if it is. Oh, man. You'd think that this PC would be good, but it has problems even running just OBS, which is bad. Like, there's no games being played. Although there is the camera and whatever else, but I'm sure it's a lot less intensive than, like, an actual game. Oh, it's lagging again. I'm using, graphics card. NVIDIA, NVENC. That's the video encoder. I don't know if I should be doing that. Patty Cax, hello, sir. No, it's getting better. Things are certainly getting better. Man. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I guess the PC just isn't really good enough, but it's okay for now. I'm not really going to upgrade this one. The other PC is a different story, because that's like the main workhorse, but this one's just kind of like the side hustle. At least for now. This PC does need a thorough cleaning, though. I think I've been able to open up this PC very briefly, and I just saw a bunch of white everywhere. It's just caked in dust. Which is absolutely not helping. So yeah, that's first and last problem. No, there wasn't any more scans. I'm just going to therapy, and then I'm having things kind of naturally resolve because they are getting better, but there's no need for other scans. At least I don't think at this point. Yeah, I mean, hobby streaming is a bit weird because you just kind of have to have things like as much as you need. Like, I have a lot of shit kind of looking at me right now, and there's things looming over me, and I've got like a little monitor in front of me that I can see things on, and I could never imagine really streaming at a different setup unless it was one dedicated to something like this because it's just too involved. Like, I would never want to stream Warhammer at, like, a gaming setup, you know what I mean? The camera has to just sit there and not move. You don't really want the keyboard anywhere. You don't really want things to kind of shuffle around. But, yeah, it just depends on how crazy you want to get it. Hoover. I will be cleaning it out, though, for sure, yeah. I've got a plate on the front of my PC case that kind of opens up and you can just see, like, the fans and whatnot. It needs a thorough cleaning. Like, when my brother's back from the military in December, I'm going to have him come over and try and help out with some stuff, so that will ideally be one of the things he helps with. It's lagging again. Use a faster encoder. Encoding preset. It says use a faster encoding preset. So what do you do with that? A faster encoding preset? But InVenc is kind of the best, no? Hmm. Weird. Can't tell if the quality's being changed, but I lowered it to a degree, but yeah, I'm not sure. Fungus. Well, you can use your phone if you want to. Yeah, it just depends on what you really want to do with this stuff, right? Like, you can make it... You can get crazy and have, like, a really good camera and all that crap, but it just depends on what you want to do. Now having, like, a dedicated camera for this, though, is, like, really nice. Like, this mirrorless camera is really, really good. If the settings are all dialed in. But phones are pretty good. You don't really need a tripod either. I'm using like a microphone arm, like a camera arm. Some people have their setup with the camera behind them, which works. I mean, the zoom is pretty insane if you've got like a good lens. Again, it just depends on what you want to do. If you do it full time, you're probably going to want something good, but for most people just doing it for fun, it's not that big of a deal to kind of have like anything in between. I'll say this, though, from what I've noticed, having upgraded my setups, technology is not cheap. If you think Warhammer's expensive, you should look at fucking, like, PC parts and monitors and all this crap. It's so expensive. It's so bad. But ideally, you know, if you pay that much, it should last you a lifetime, so that's the idea. Not a bad investment if it's a good one. Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, you can get them for relatively cheap, depending on, like, if you find good deals or not. Puffing, hello, sir. If you can find good deals on, like, Amazon and stuff like that, you can get them for really cheap compared to what they should be. But then again, I feel like that kind of goes for a lot of things, because technically you can also find heavily discounted Warhammer. You can find discounted everything. It's just a matter of looking around and seeing all your options before you make a purchase. No, this is for playing. This is a 2,000 point army. It's a 2,000 point expeditionary force for, like, the old world. Ranged and yelp. Artificially inflated the prices of RAM with the inclusion of AI. I don't know, but AI is... Yikes. I have seen AI everywhere, and people are just profiting off of it, like, tenfold. It's pretty bad. The amount of people fooled on Twitter and Facebook over AI videos to interact with dogshit content that's, like, actually paying people is insane. Now, you just go to local shops. I don't really know anyone anymore who plays Warhammer in person. But you just go find some games, schedule some stuff, and go have fun. I threw a very brief army together that I think I'm just going to commit to. It's not, like, competitive or anything, but it's like a 2,000 point army. It's got killing, it's got holding power. It's got enough. And it's kind of diverse enough to be, you know, a little exciting. Because I'm not really interested in, like, winning every game. I just want to kind of perform and have fun. Well, some people want to win. a lot, and I think no one wants to lose, but, you know, min-maxing isn't really the way I think, but... You don't want to lose every game, you know what I mean? You don't want to walk in and be like, man, I can't wait to lose 50 games in a row. But you don't need to necessarily win them all, you know? You just gotta be happy with what you're working on, what you're doing. But for the sake of, like, min-maxing, that's the last thing I want to do. Terrain is good for 3D printing, yeah. I mean, you can always find stuff in the UK to do. Yeah, they're everywhere. There's clubs everywhere and games workshops and British people. The British race. I've got Riftbound. I actually have a booster box arriving today, which was delayed for like a little bit, but it is not his fault. Yeah, we might do the unboxing here. We might do it later tonight. I'm not sure. I've pretty much got most of the base set cards I've wanted. Like, play the game. If I pull anything significant in this box, I might just sell it. Because I've got most of what I need. I've played Space Marine, yeah. Are you playing Tyranids when you get back into 40k? Is that what it is? I can't be bothered with 40k right now. I'm so uninterested in 40k currently. Like, for the sake of nostalgia, I think I'd put together like an older Hadean or Orc army, but I don't know. I need to find something I care for in 40k these days, because it's just not there anymore. It's not like it used to be. It's still great though. I still like 40k. It's just I don't love it like I used to. It's not a horrible thing, but just I don't find it as exciting as like nostalgia. The nostalgia. Even though 40k for me is nostalgia, technically. It's just... no. There's Warhammer roleplay, yeah. 40k, fantasy, Age of Sigmar. There's roleplay for like everything. Which is basically D&D. But I think for me the biggest reason... like, I'm not really interested in role-playing, but I'm interested in the books because there's a lot of information in them that pertains to, like, the world. So even if you don't play roleplay, you could still buy the books and kind of read through them. It's a lot of really good world building. 10th edition's in a weird spot. I mean, I don't think I've ever disliked playing any game. Like, even if the edition's not as, like, thorough as previous editions, but if I could just play an army I like, that's, like, the number one thing. But we'll see. I mean, ideally, I just get this 2,000-point army done before I move. And then whenever we do end up moving, you know, in the future, I could do, like, a Votan 2,000-point army or something, but it's a bit of a... It's a bit of a trek. I mean, this shit is not easy to do. It's a lot of time and effort, planning, commitment is, I think, the biggest thing. You have to really commit to get stuff done. I think it's gonna be orcs next year for, like, the box set. Yoko, yo, buddy. Votan needs, there's a lot of, like, flavor art in Warhammer that never makes it to, like, the tabletop. Hopefully they get flyers and other things that have been kind of shown. You know, banners would be nice, flyers would be nice. A melee non-elite unit would be nice, like an assault squad for the Hearthkin. A jump pack unit would be nice. Even in Age of Sigmar, I mean, the Fire Slayers need a rework. Supposedly, with the leaks, they're going to be losing, like, basic infantry, a lot of characters, stuff like that. Like, they need some new stuff. A lot of lines need new things. Each edition changes, yeah. A handful of rules, army rules, things completely change, things get dropped out, things get brought on. Yeah. They try to keep it fresh. I think the worst thing for most people is just not being able to play their units anymore, because sometimes they get squatted out of existence. Like, they just no longer want to make rules for them. Which is the case for a lot of things over the years. In a way, I'm very glad that I never kept up with, like, AOS physically, because a lot of the units and combos that I used to play are all gone. And I was in the process of building, like, a 2,000-point Cities of Sigmar army. And most of the combos in that book, from what it was to where it is now, are, like, gone. So it would have just been, like, a completely void army. Yeah. It's not often that they become unusable, but, like, yeah. Sometimes they get replaced, or they're just no longer being supported. Well, I mean, it's hard to update things that don't make money, you know what I mean? Usually, fantasy is just an extreme example of, like, everything failing. Whereas, like, in some cases, I'm sure certain miniatures just don't sell well, and they're like, you know what, maybe we have to do something new with them. Fantasy apparently just didn't do well at all near the end of its life. Yeah. My biggest gripe, having grown up with Games Workshop, is and it's not even a thing that pertains to me outside of like fantasy. It's just, it's not going to matter for most people. If you grew up with the hobby, it's a bit different, but when units get updates and they no longer want to sell the original sculpts, to me, that's a bit of a turnoff. Like, a lot of what the old world is kind of nostalgia, you know? Like, Warhammer Fantasy Battles has been their longest standing game. With a ton of miniatures that have come back from, like, the 80s, 90s. And, it's just kind of sad that, like, eventually certain things will no longer be able to be bought. Like, there was a good example in 40k, actually, where, like, the orcs had an update, and they still kept, I think it was like late 90s, might have been like very late 90s, the Orc Boys. And you can still buy and use them, but you can also buy and use the new ones, and the only difference is the sculpt, right? So, like, if you like the older looking things because you grew up with that stuff, that's great. If you don't like the look of those, then you want to go with the new ones, that's also great. It's just fun to see, like, a catalog that's purchasable from, like, different eras. Especially when those eras are the ones that you've kind of played in. Tyranids did pretty good. Yeah. I mean, they came out with a new Tyranid model, but it's... Tyranids are... The new Tyranid model, I think, is just more of like an option swap. It's not really like a new unit or anything. You know, certain armies that are popular, like Space Marines, are always going to get releases. Necrons, I think at one point were doing pretty good. Tyranids were doing pretty good. I'm not sure so much for 40k, but in terms of what they pursue and what they don't pursue, I'll just say the more the merrier, you know? Even if you trickle in, like, one miniature a year for some, like, really low-end factions that no one plays, that's cool. Just don't get rid of things. Like, there's no way any 40k army is going to get completely squatted out. But there are ones that are just obviously not very popular compared to others. It'd be pretty insane if they ended up coming back with, like, some sort of made-to-order system where, like, you could actually go buy any of the molds from any period, but you'd have to wait, like, months and months for them to produce them. So if you don't like the new Tyranid models, you can go back and buy the older metal ones at some point. Which would be insane. But, you know... Smurfaloser. Tower doing pretty good right now. Tower getting... They just got those new, Crisis Suit models, right? They're, like, named characters. I think most people like the Tau. Not like, you know, Imperial fans, but most, like, average 40k fan enjoys a mech suit. Even I had Tau at one point. I had Fire Warriors, Hammerhead, Devilfish, Brute, Stealth suits, Crisis suits, and this was like 4th edition, 5th edition. But at one point I did. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, not everyone's going to agree that those old sculpts are timeless just because people haven't grown up with them. It's all, you know, some sculpts are amazing, but art is subjective, and I think for a lot of the new people who come in, they haven't really seen those old sculpts. But I do agree that a lot of the old sculpts are timeless, in a way. Whether because they're actually sculpted, like, phenomenally, or it's just, like, nostalgia. Probably both. The Tau had a lot of new units, actually. Yeah, they had the whole Kroot refresh, which was an odd choice because I'm not sure how many people liked Kroot. But, you know, the auxiliaries are obviously a big part of, like, how Tau do business, so... The auxiliaries. I'd like to see different races, though. Like, the Vespid got a plastic kit. The Kroot are all plastic now. You know, maybe some other ones that aren't, like, widely known, maybe. Would be cool, because it's kind of the Tau's thing. The artwork. Yeah, those are great. The Adrian Smith 6th edition box, and then you've got Karl Kopinski for like 6.5 7th edition. Those are really good. Those are excellent. I've kept all my boxes. Thank God. Even if my armies are long gone, I've kept the boxes. Those are awesome. Got some old metal GW minis. Do you do anything different when prepping? The only thing I did to prep metal was maybe use, like, this is my metal prepping kit here. So you've got more abrasive files. I usually have, like, a set of clippers for metal, a different blade that I use for metal. I think the lowest I'll go is, what, 800 grit? Yeah, 800 grit. Pretty much it's just a little bit more abrasive cleaning. But they're just as easy as plastic. You just have to put a little bit more effort into them. These are the last things I did, metal-wise. So these were metal. And all you would do is just kind of clean them up like you would plastic, you know? Just a little bit harder. And they'll come out great. They'll look perfectly fine like a plastic kit would. Like, you won't really see mold lines. Yeah. But, yeah. I think for the most part, people are kind of... People are scared of metal if they haven't worked with it, but it's just about putting a little bit more elbow grease into it. That's really just it. With mostly the same tools. Painting is typically done through, like, varnishing multiple layers. That's what people like doing. I'm not really going to do that myself, but... Or maybe I will, I don't know. I've got a bunch of metal stuff to do for this army. Seki, hello, sir. Yeah, more abrasion. I mean, it's, like, usually, you know, I would just suggest This is the Tamiya files. The Tamiya files are pretty good. The issue in getting some of the other ones is that they're very, very abrasive, and you'll just kind of like scrape the metal. It'll leave like indentations in them. But I was using like 1000 grit sandpaper and 800 grit, either sponge or sandpaper, and it was perfectly fine. Yeah. And you could sit there and whittle away at them and perfectly clean them. You could polish them. You can have them look as pristine as plastic from just a little bit more work. The Juan Diaz Demonettes. Yeah, those are really good. I actually need to, I want to interview Juan Diaz. He streams on Twitch, do you know that? Him and his wife are on Twitch. And sometimes he shows off a lot of the stuff that he's had over the years at GW. Because I think she still works. She still sculpts stuff for GW, I believe. Because she used to work for Forge World. And he did a bunch of stuff for GW as well. Yeah, so I would love to talk to that guy one day. Let's chop some of this stuff up. Pretty good, hello, sir. It's satisfying watching the models get cleaned. Says no Warhammer person ever. Yes. Hey, I'm glad you like it, sir. Or rather, I should say, nobody says they want to clean the minis. Yeah, it's, I'm sure watching it is much, much more, peaceful, you could say, than actually scraping minis. Just doing this for ages kind of wanes on you. You just start to go insane. It's not that you have to do it, but, you know. They'll look better if you do, for sure. Yeah, for sure. People do that, though. You can open up a commission service for cleaning miniatures. People buy fully painted armies. Phelps out, hello, sir. People will absolutely buy. 100%. Hobbying is one thing that just takes a lot of time, and not everyone is very artistically inclined to kind of keep up with it. But if you enjoy whittling and miniature work and stuff like that, it's kind of a no-brainer, but it's certainly not for everyone, yeah. It is not for everyone. With most of the new GW minis, you don't really have to clean them, to be honest. It's a lot less of a experience than the older stuff. Technology's just getting better. It is getting much better. I want to get into it, but I don't know where to start. I don't play tabletop, nor do I have the money, but I have the time. Tabletop Simulator. It's like $20 or less to buy the game, and then you can find people to play with online for pretty much free. Tabletop Simulator, if you don't have the money, but have time, is like the #1 place to be. You can play full games of like Age of Sigmar, 40K, Old World. You can play every game. You just have to find the right people. think during, the most I've played on Tabletop Sim was during COVID. I think I was playing, like, 10th edition or some shit like that, 9th, I can't remember. 40K. And, it was a gamer's paradise, I'll say that. Every game was Space Marines, every game was, fun. So, COVID was, an interesting time for wargaming online. Fuck the Eldar and the High Elves. You too, brother, thank you. I would say the Dark Elves are worse, I'm not gonna lie. If I needed one elven race to kind of disappear completely, it would be the Dark Elves. I don't like them. They side with chaos, they're disgusting. Fetid backstabbing scum. Putrid. Gooner bait. Slavers. Yeah, they're disgusting. Destiny, hello, sir. We're good. Mochi's going crazy. Mochi has been crazy for the past few days. He's been a beast. He's shedding right now. He's molting into a butterfly. A mochi fly. He's gonna sprout wings and go eat potatoes. Oh, my wrist. Holy moly. The arthritis in my twilight years. It's time to lay me down to rest for good. The arthritis. My bloody twilight years. Holy moly. The lag on this stream is, like, tremendously bad. It's very, very obnoxious. Oh my fucking god, it's so ugly. It's probably the cameras, to be honest, and maybe, like, Google Chrome being open, I suppose. Chaos Gods. Well, you can play, we'll say Norska, I suppose, right now in the Old World. Right, the new book, if you wanted to get into it, was, like, just a bunch of marauder tribes. Yeah, it's just lagging for some reason. My buddy used to play Norska, or he used to play Chaos. There's no Norska in-game, it's just you play Chaos. Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off! He used to play Wolfric. That is a very old alert. Yeah, okay. God bless. Thank you. Yeah, Wolfric used to come on from, like, different table edges with his marauders, which was fun. But, you could do a million different things, man. The sky's the limit. Not everyone up in Norska's evil. It's a shithole, though. It's like the Freljord. The tribes of men. The Norse dwarves. Promo, hello, buddy. Look at this lag. Good God. It's so laggy. Everything's lagging. Whoops. You know, the number one thing I wish I could do on Twitch is watch shows. When I used to Warhammer, I used to watch, like, the X-Files and all that crap. I had a little, DVD player, some, like, really cheap external Amazon DVD player. And you could watch pretty much whatever you wanted. Which you cannot do on Twitch, unfortunately. But maybe one day. Because that's, fun thing. We all need some sort of multi-stimulation. At ADHD. Fucking lag. Hubert, yo, buddy. Hello, sir. well, you could watch YouTube, but sometimes you want to watch things that are like very much only on DVD. If I could go back and watch DVD things, it'd be like The X-Files, Outer Limits, stuff like that. And although they have some of those on YouTube, it's just you can't really show them on Twitch. Monsters was another weird series from like way back when. Fun little anthology series. I know of him, yeah. I feel like a lot of people these days, either you grew up with it, or it's just kind of such a big thing now that everyone kind of knows of it. The more the merrier, I say. Oh. Look at that lag. Oh, it's so gross. One sec, let me try and fix this. Let me try and close some windows, to be honest. To be honest. It's, for some reason, whenever I look at the screen, it starts lagging. I just can't look at it. That's okay, though. Black Blue, hello, sir. Yeah, most people like Warhammer. It's a very easy thing to kind of get on with, but you just kind of have to find your enjoyment. I think my headset just died. Oh, things don't get better today. You certainly have to find what you love. A lot of, I'm surprised a lot of people love 40K. Not that it's bad or anything, but, like, it's very, it's quite aggressive, which is not a problem. But you'd think for, like, a mass market kind of audience thing, that level of aggressiveness isn't everyone's cup of tea, but my headset's completely dead. Whoops. Oh, man. So lame. Well, my headset's completely dead. Bad. Wasn't charging for... What is this? One sec. Oh. Is this gonna charge? No way. The back is getting better, yeah. Well, people do like grimdark stuff. It's just a lot of people like grimdark. It's not bad by any means. I'm not trying to shit on 40K because 40K is like the #1 thing that stood the test of time, and even I like 40K. It's just like a mass appeal type of thing. It's pretty. It's intense. The fantasy lore books you'd have to go online for. Yeah, they don't sell them anymore. Well, they're actually doing like they're bringing back a lot of the stories and just throwing them into like omnibuses, I believe. But the fantasy books have been gone, like out of print for ages. Those for sure are just straight up not sold anymore. My headset's gone. Well, never mind. Whoops. I guess we don't have audio. That's fine, we'll just listen to nothing. Cam's hello, sir. Yeah, 40k being still supported is, I'm sure pretty much most people's draws, right? Because it's like, you're not really worried about something going under. Not that you'd have to worry about that since, like, fantasy, but yeah, 40k is, you know, through the Horus Heresy and the current whatever timeline we're in with, like, the wars and whatnot, like, there's a ton of books. I've only read the initial stages of AOS, and that's not like the broader, you know, world of AOS, but more so the Gotrek and it's not even Gotrek and Felix anymore. The Gotrek stuff. I read a bit of Fireslayer stuff. I think I read like one of the Caradron books. It's like a novella. I like them. I can't really attest to like current Age of Sigmar stuff, but like from what I've read, I did enjoy them. I couldn't sit here and vouch for it though, like as of right now. As much as I might want to. Yeah, health is getting better though, thankfully. The health is getting better. You know what Age of Sigmar needs? It needs a video game that's, like, popular. That's all it needs. That's, like, the next... I think there was news on Twitter at one point where, like, they were supposedly working on a Souls-esque, like, RPG Age of Sigmar game, and then it got canned. If you were able to come out with an Age of Sigmar game, I think that would kind of drive it home even more. Because the books can only get to so many people. Right? Not everyone's going to read a book, but most people can play a video game. It's a very interesting time when different mediums kind of, like, save tabletop gaming. You know? Space Marine having a massive amount of new fans from, like,
shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
The second game and the secret, what is it? Secret Lair? Secret Lab? The show. Like, the episode on Netflix. And then you've also got, like, the Rogue Trader Owlcat game and just a variety of things that have come out recently that have kind of done really well for 40k. Total War doing well for, like, fantasy. But kind of nothing doing well for AOS. Outside of, like, the actual hobby, I mean. If you had one of those things, I think it'd pop off. Dave, thank you, sir. There was a Mordheim game. Yeah, that would be cool. They did Necromunda, so why can't they do Mordheim, you know? A lot of the older, I mean, a lot of those older titles didn't really go anywhere, right? The biggest ones being Dawn of War, the initial Space Marine, like even Blood Bowl, right? Like, you can play Blood Bowl in full on PC and on console, but it's still a niche. It'll always be a niche. It's just Blood Bowl. Not everyone's going to want to play fantasy football. Especially turn-based fantasy football. But, yeah, Age of Sigmar needs a game. Everyone knows the Lord of the Rings. You know, if they, if they ever do something with that franchise that isn't like the Rings of Power, I'm sure... Oh, they did the Rohan movie, actually. Forgot the name of it. I haven't seen it, but... That did pretty good for them, I think, because they came out with miniatures, but... You need the gamers. You need the other mediums to kind of rile up the gamers. To get everyone on board. Sir. Soccer. I mean, a turn-based fantasy football game is just straight up not. That's just not gonna sell. I liked it. I played the... I used to play Blood Bowl a little bit. I played goblins and I played dwarves. I had like a human team, an orc team, stuff like that, but like goblins and dwarves for sure. You know, the games were good, but you really do need someone who really enjoys it to even care. Like, thoroughly enjoys it. It's not like, oh my god, let's play Space Marine and kind of just walk around and shoot shit, and then it's like fun out of the gate. They could do a Total War game, yeah. They did there was an Age of Sigmar game that was kind of like a weird strategy. I would say it was, at least from what I've seen, because I've never played it, but it looked more like Dawn of War 3. A little bit. I don't think it did very well. I don't think it lasted too long. But you certainly need some sort of like breakthrough Age of Sigmar title that's going to bring people in. And it's not that the hobby isn't doing well, because Age of Sigmar is very popular. And that's awesome. But like, if you want it to have the 40k effect or like the Old World effect, you need to have something that everyone can kind of like grasp onto that's not part of tabletop. Space Marine's fun. Yeah, Space Marine's great. Exactly. It's a very easy game, and the aesthetics alone will sell you on wanting to know more. That's kind of the idea. You look at it and you're like, man, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is this thing? And then you're like, I need to know more. So, it's got a lot of people into the hobby, which is great. Hmm. Second channel low-key popping off. Oh, we're just chilling. Just scraping plastic. I can't hear anything. My headset's been dead. Dawn of War's a good one too. They came back with Dawn of War Remastered, which is good. Anything to get people involved. You know, video games are such an easy thing to kind of get on with. That's why they're great for kind of onboarding players. There's no, like, entry. You know, people play Steam, people play games in general. You just pick it up and play it. You don't have to, like, build an army. You don't have to read a book. It's, like, one of the best ways to kind of get interested in things, for sure. And now that technology and all of these different IPs have kind of branched off with other mediums to kind of, you know, get players involved, there's pretty much no better time to be into Warhammer than right now. There's a million things to do with Warhammer. There's gaming, there's books, there's tabletop, there's audiobooks, there's fucking shows, there's everything. There's plushies, there's board games, there's collectibles. there isn't one thing they don't do. There's fucking Christmas ornaments, which they've had them before in the past, but, you know, the merchandise stuff is kind of blown up. You can get slippers. Yeah. You just gotta, yeah. I saw there was Bannerlord mods going around for, like, Warhammer Fantasy, which was cool. It's a very, like, niche thing, though, compared to something official. Something that's, like, widely advertised. Yeah, it's good, though. If only the game was cheaper. You've got all this attention on you, but it's so expensive, so it's like, if only I could do it. Mountain Blade seems pretty cool. There might, I mean, there's been a bunch of TV shows. I say TV shows, but there's like a lot of animations and things being done for like their own streaming service, which I've seen some of. They're pretty okay. Well, if there is support around the world, that's great, but it still is expensive. You know, it's like, how do you bring Warhammer to certain places that just don't... It just might not work out logistically. And then economically. Well, Warhammer has their own streaming service. Great for me is there's no good starting packs. Well, the issue with Games Workshop is they don't... in my opinion, because I grew up with this stuff, Games Workshop has the best miniatures, bar none. And I have to live and die by that because it's my nostalgia. It's just how I grew up. They've got all the lore that I like. They have all the miniatures that I like. They have my youthful aesthetic that I've known for like 20 years. So everything about the miniatures, I would not change. If you sell me the old stuff, I'll be on board. Or even the new stuff is pretty good. But for the sake of like the tools and the paint and all that stuff, that's all interchangeable. What you would typically go to Games Workshop for, realistically, is the miniatures. Yeah, the tools, well, what I'm saying is the tools are interchangeable. You don't need to buy GW tools. I use one GW tool. I like their blade because it's heavy. But it's really just what you find workable for you, because just because it's from the company that sells you the miniatures, that doesn't necessarily mean it's like the best thing ever. It's the most convenient, you know, if you want to get into the hobby. And basically say like, hey, I just want to go to Games Workshop, I want to buy everything at once and then just start my journey. You can do that, absolutely, but there are better alternatives that are also cheaper. But it really just depends on who you are and what you want to do. Right? Like, you can go get Games Workshop clippers, which I've used a ton of their clippers in the past, pretty much exclusively until later on in life. But they're serviceable. They're not bad, but they're very expensive. And you can get something better for the same price from, like, God Hand and stuff like that. The biggest thing they have going for them is their convenience. Everything's in one spot. Like, you could take, you know, a few minutes to kind of look around the internet and be like, okay, I get a GW pair of clippers, or I get, like, God Hand for, like, the same price. And these are amazing. These shear well. Yeah. But, I mean, again, it's just completely up to you. I do like some GW products. I think their files are good. I like their blade handle. I think if you've got no other clipper options, like, at hand, they're pretty good. They're just expensive. Whatever you do, though, this is probably the worst thing. This is the mold line remover. This is, Yeah, this is not good. Don't buy this. Whatever you do, don't buy this. Although it is nice for, if you're kind of scared of blades, this is perfect. But I think that's the only difference. If you're comfortable working with, like, X-Acto blades, then don't even look at this. If you're uncomfortable, then get this. So it's a good alternative, but for the average person, it's just not really worth it. So, it's just options. Every company has options. Every company's got different products. They mostly do the same thing, but it's more so what you value and how comfortable you can be with them. God Hand are amazing. Yeah, God Hand are really good. I've got God Hand for metal. I've got God Hand for plastic. Pretty much, I would say, the best clippers I've ever used. But that is reflected in the price, for sure. Yeah. Usually, the only blades I use are size 11s X-Acto. Size 11 X-Acto blades, that's it. I've got a shit ton of these. And that is my go-to blade. I don't need any other size. I don't need any other shape. That's just it. You can pretty much clean any miniature. You could do metal, you could do plastic, you could do fucking Stompas and Bane blades and everything. Well, Space Marine's gonna get more miniatures, yeah. That's the biggest thing right now, is just everyone's been playing Space Marine, so it makes sense to kind of introduce that to the wider audience of players, for sure. That would be nice. More Space Marines. Which I have no problem with. I don't even play 40k. Not anymore, at least, so. I've got my dwarves. I'm good. My youth has come back to me in full force, almost. So, if 40k needs 10,000 more Space Marines, I support it. Bring on the Space Marines. Bring as many as you'd like, I don't mind. I would say, if I wanted anything out of 40k, I'd want different guard regiments. That could somehow be funded, that'd be awesome. I mean, Krieg is alright, but there's so many cooler... There's so many different regiments you could bring on, or not even bring on, bring back. Like, you need to support the Catachans. The Stroyan are pretty damn cool. The Mordians are cool. I mean, you've got the Valhallans, you've got the Talarans. Like, there's a lot of different visuals to the Guard, but, you know, you've got, like, gas masks, cool. Flak armor, cool. And that's it, I think, at this point. You know, like, they don't want to go back and do Catachans, I think, anytime soon. Which they should, though, 100%, and then make it some sort of, like, mid-range assault army. Which would be very fun. I'm glad it's more or less okay. Yeah, I'm good, buddy. My back is still kind of problematic, but we're getting there. Also, I should be taking a 2-minute break. You just reminded me. Thank you, sir. Let me stand up and stretch. Let me get my back moving. Smooth my back. Oh, God. Should be good enough. Oh. Still. And this head close. Ay, ay, ay. Ay. So it's not true. Let's see if that works. Whoops. Jesus. Hello, sir. You have any tips on someone or for someone who wants to start Warhammer? I think the number one thing would be check the wikis. Go to the wikis, go to YouTube, try and find some sort of aesthetic, some sort of visual interest in one of the universes. So, like, if you like the fantasy stuff, you can go to Age of Sigmar. You can go to Warhammer the Old World. If you like futuristic, you can go to 40K. Usually it starts with just kind of what you think looks cool, and then if you want to read into that stuff and say, hey, I kind of support these guys a little bit more now that I know their story, I'd say that's probably the best place to start. You could watch videos on YouTube with lore. Just try and get involved, I think, that way, and then if you're kind of sold on something, you know, if you've got the budget, because this hobby isn't cheap, you can start to piece together tools and different things, then maybe buy some miniatures. Yeah. It certainly is expensive, though. This hobby is like anything but cheap. You can find things that are cheaper than retail, like you can get them secondhand, or you can 3D print miniatures and stuff like that, but yeah. I would say start with some videos or maybe a story or two. Find a faction or a group that kind of calls to you and you're like, damn, that's cool, I like that, and then you can kind of go from there. I'd say that's like the best place to start, for sure. Or you just jump into it and say, fuck it, we ball, and, you know, drop thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's something. No, well, so if you go to hobby shops, they do have discounts. That's kind of how most of them function. I think Games Workshop gives them like, what, 15%? Hobby shops will sell Games Workshop product cheaper. Or even like Facebook Marketplace. That's also a good place to start. If you did want to go cheap, yeah. Which who doesn't? If you can buy discounted Warhammer, you can technically buy more Warhammer. So, that's always a good thing, right? The more the merrier. Yeah. Hey, you're good, buddy. Content, I think, for me, is a good place to start. At least you know kind of what you're getting into. Narratively or visually. And if it's something that intrigues you, then you can definitely look for, like, miniatures and stuff like that if you want to take that route. Or you don't have to. You could just play video games. Or do audiobooks or, you know. Whatever it may be. Dave, peace, man. What are you posting? Is it like a survey or something? Okay, stop being weird. Freak show. Well, tipping isn't a problem. There's nothing wrong with tipping for a service you appreciate, but it shouldn't be mandatory. That's what I believe in. If you appreciate a service, then by all means you should tip, but just because they do something doesn't necessarily mean you should tip. Yeah. I've gone to stores that do nothing, and as you check out, they say, please leave a tip. It's like, you've done nothing. What do you mean? What have you done? If you appreciate it, sure. Which, you know, I'm sure most people do appreciate certain things, and they want to support them, and that's awesome. That's what streaming is. Yeah, tip at self-checkout. Pretty much. That's exactly what it is. That's the worst type of tip. And there is absolutely no way I'm doing that. Yeah, it just doesn't really make any sense. Yeah. Well, it should always be an option. You should always have the option of tipping, but you should not be asked, like, explicitly to do it. It's just the way the world works. The problem is a lot of these companies don't pay people well enough, so they just kind of have the people who get the service pay for them, which is not the best thing to do. I would never tip anywhere. The I would disagree. I think if you again appreciate a service and the service is like exceptional and the people go kind of above and beyond to kind of make sure that you're having whether a good time or like just it's just great service, I suppose. There's nothing wrong with that. The issue is that over here people can't make livable wages without tips, and that's just because companies don't want to pay them enough. As I said, they just kind of leave that up to like the person who's buying stuff. Yeah, exactly. It should be 100%. I agree. 100% I agree. Yep. It should be if you like the service, you tip. If you appreciate what they've done for you, you tip. It's not like we demand a tip every time. It's like, pay them more? Pay your your workers more money? Yeah. Exactly. That's the reason it exists. Yeah. But I still think even if they were paid well, I would still appreciate good service and I'd still honor that. You know what I mean? 100%. Soon enough, you're going to see like McDonald's asking for tips at the self-checkout. Mordho, hello, sir. Was having issues at the grocery store checkout. I've never really had problems checking out with groceries personally, but oh, actually, that's not true. The biggest problem at grocery checkouts is that sometimes they ping you, and then you have to have like a employee come over and like ring you through for whatever reason. So I guess that's not true entirely. There is problems. You've got problems. You could make a Fent Delver. There's crossbows in this game. You could technically do it. Yeah, we're good, sir. Self-checkouts are really nice. I mean, sometimes it just takes too long for people to go through, like, the regular ones, so you just kind of scan yourself out, and it's just one and done. Yeah, we're getting better, though, for sure. My health is, I've felt weird for, like, the last 2 days, honestly, since yesterday. Not my spine, per se, because my spine is getting much better than it was. But my overall, like, health, like, my head hurts. I'm just tired a lot more. No energy. I just need water. Which I do have, but I have to drink more of it. I'm just dehydrated. Ugh. It's always about feeling good. One way or another. Oh, when you've got nothing, yeah, it's great. You're just in and out. One of the best feelings is, which I can't really attest to, not recently, but going to the grocery store when it's really late and no one's in there and you can just do a self-checkout, it's so awesome. It's super awesome. Music and watching this has made me relaxed. I can't even hear the music. I have no clue what song's playing. My headset kind of died. So I gotta... Actually, you know what? It should be charged enough. Let's see if it's gonna work. Whoops. Oh. It's working! It's Dwarven Forge. Dwarven Forge. Cabbage cards. Yeah, those have been abolished. ever since the incident. Yeah, this should be okay for now. I don't really need to 100% do them all. I'm going to revisit them anyways. This one's good for now. Go Thunderer. Laggerer. It's lagging everywhere. Perfect. Time to miss everything. I should clean this guy. Let's do this one. Yeah, Hubert, peace, buddy. Take it easy, man. Thank you, sir.
What? What, baby?
Booster, hello, sir. We're getting on, slowly but surely. We're surviving for now. Fucking lag, brother. You can bring it back through, like, sprue goo if you want to. Usually, I don't, but you sometimes do, just, like, accidentally. So, like, as an example, if I was to gash... Let me just show you. You could putty it, too, if you want to use putty, but putty is, like, really annoying because you have to mix it. This stuff right here is basically mixed with plastic. And what you'll essentially do is goop it out, put it on the spot, let it dry, and then kind of sand it down flat. It's just a filler. So yeah, it's very, very useful when you don't want to kind of sit down and say, hey, let me mix epoxies and then kind of putty them together. You just goop on more plastic and then let it dry and do your thing. Grombrindle is... rather was the first High King of the Dwarves. And now he's kind of there... Well, in the old world, in Warhammer Fantasy, he was like the vengeful spirit. He would kind of appear and help dwarves in their time of need. In Age of Sigmar, he's more of a uniter. He's trying to kind of guide them. Guide them to a brighter future and together. But the biggest thing is that he was the first High King. And then on his deathbed, he swore an oath to Malekith, who then subsequently betrayed him, and he was too furious to stay dead, so he came back and now is, again, kind of the wrathful, vengeful nature of the dwarves made manifest. Don't fuck with the dwarves. There might be a few videos of the nitty-gritty details, but he's always kind of been more of a kind of like enigma in Warhammer Fantasy, just like a background character. He's certainly a little bit more prominent in Age of Sigmar. He's got his own books and everything, instead of just kind of appearing in books. I'm not going to get the DLC. Now, Grombrindle is cool as shit, yeah. You can play him in you could play him in Fantasy. He had, like, fun rules that came with, like, a White Dwarf, which was their older magazine, which they still produce. So he's, like, a legitimate lore character. He's a gaming piece if you actually want to play with him in AOS, I believe. But he's also kind of their mascot. So he's been the mascot for, like, their magazine and a lot of the, I guess, various things throughout the years, but mostly the magazine. I've played Darktide, yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on in Fantasy. I mean, to know everything in Fantasy is to lose your mind. People do know it, though. It's a very, very big rabbit hole, and since it's been out since, like, the 80s, it's been quite a while. It has been quite a while. I think for the most part, though, a lot of the foundational Warhammer stuff, I think, was brought on with, what, 4th edition, 5th edition? For most of those, like, army books. Which was, man, I want to say 90s. I want to say 90s, but I can't remember. It's a very beloved thing, though, for sure. It's just been around for ages. And then subsequently thrown away and then brought back again. I'm kind of... Okay, so with the old world back, there's no reason to have Beastmen in their current miniature range in Age of Sigmar, but they should redo them and make them more in tune with AOS. There should be more aliens as well in 40k. Yeah, there's been a lot of, like, flavor art over the years of, like, different Xenos races that we don't have in tabletop, but they should be there. Well, we're chilling right now. We're going to be on the main channel, preferably today. A lot of the last, like, 2 weeks has been recovering, cleaning, relaxing, just trying to get back to normal. My sleep schedule right now is just abysmal, which I'm trying to fix for December, because December I want to get back to, like, variety and all that stuff. Hmm. Dragons in fantasy. There's a few different types of, there's like the magma drag. Oh, is that a dragon itself? There was a few different types of dragons they introduced through, I think it was like 8th edition or something like that. It was a big Forge World line where they had like warp fire dragons, magma dragons. There are other drakes, but I can't like say for certain if, you know. Shard dragons, yeah, they never had a miniature for the shard dragon, unfortunately. And that was very... I really hope if they do revisit dwarves in Total War that they don't bring the shard dragon into their roster. I really hope they don't do that. Yeah, there's a few odds and ends, though, for drakes. I do actually have the Magma Drake, and I have the... I was going to turn the Magma Drake sculpt into the Shard Dragon, which is kind of stupid because the Shard Dragon's very slender. It's not even a dragon, it's like it's a worm. It's like it's a wingless, scaled earth dweller. But yeah, those Forge World minis were great. Would that be called a... Is that a worm? I think that'd just be called a worm. The Warp Fire Dragon is the name of that drake. I don't know the lore of it, but it was a thing at, I believe, the tail end of fantasy. You just wiki it, because I have no clue what it does. Oh! Should be the Warpfire Drake, yeah. I think it's even brought back for, like, Old World, if I'm not mistaken. Descendants of dragons, yeah, like lizards, drakes, not drakes. Stuff like that, just earth-dwelling creatures. It's a very weird thing that dwarves would even, like, try and tame something like that. That's not very dwarvish. I don't know why you'd want to tame a drake. Just fucking kill the thing. It's not... I don't think that's something they'd typically do. Especially with the War of Vengeance. You know, stay away from those things. But, that's a cool bit of weird lore for dwarves, for sure. That was never really brought back into, like, what, Age of Sigmar? Where they actually coexist with each other now? Rams! Oh, you've got goats and other things that they kind of herd up the mountains, but they don't... They deal with donkeys and ponies. That's all they do. Yeah. They don't like animals. Too unreliable. But, I think that's one of the defining things with dwarves is that they don't have mobility. They don't have ways to kind of maneuver. A lot of their... you know, static infantry kind of forming shield walls, and then behind that you've got, like, the Thunderers and the Quarrelers, and then behind that you've got the artillery. You know, you've got the gyros. That's pretty much your cavalry. That's always been your cavalry. But it would just open up too much of a... For the race themselves, they just wouldn't feel, in my opinion, very dwarvish. To have like, full-blown cavalry units kind of running around. You know, dwarves typically don't move. They plant themselves in the ground. That's it, they're done. They don't want to move. So, yeah. It'd be interesting, though. For Age of Sigmar, I was going to do a bunch of goat cavalry. Because it's Age of Sigmar, you can just do whatever, but... I think what I want to see for Old World and maybe, like, Total War would be... Well, Total War is, like, an easy bet because Total War is missing Dwarven units, whereas, like, in Old World, currently with the timeline, the biggest bombshell is probably trying to retake Kazadvosk, which is, like, an engineering settlement that had went under. if they retake Khazad Vosk, chances are we're going to be getting more Engineers Guild based units, like some pretty cool things that we've probably never seen, or maybe are just straight up throwbacks to like the older roleplay stuff where they had flamethrowers and swivel guns and all these different things. They had fucking bombards. So that's most likely the next step in dwarves, is just getting more technology. Things that have just been sealed away and then eventually will be written in for like Old World. But yeah, I don't know. Cavalry is interesting. I think Lord of the Rings did it pretty well with like Ironfoot and whatnot kind of coming in with his guys. It just feels weird. Dwarven cavalry in Warhammer feels very strange. These are Thunderers. And Gunners. But the sky's the limit, you know? I would imagine in Age of Sigmar that might be a thing. They're supposed to be bringing in a new AOS army for dwarves, the dispossessed, the remnants of like the old Khazalid Empire. Who knows? We do not know yet. In time we will. Griffins. Mules they just use for like carrying around their baggage, you know, dragging along like cannons, organ guns, stuff like that. That's pretty much it. Mules, ponies, like any sort of domesticated-ish little weird offshoot. That's typically what they drag around with them. Yeah, that's about it. But again, who knows in the future? Who knows in the future? The more the merrier, I'd say, with Warhammer. As long as you're not taking like big drastic, you know, left turns and saying like, you know, in this dwarf hold we found 3,000 goats that want to be, you know, rode into battle. The ancestors did it. It's like, maybe not. But you know, small things. They could amount to something. Who knows? Send in the goats. That's a cool scene. too bad most of those things were cut out of the base movie. Like, the only time you really get to see the entire fight was through the extended edition, and that's kind of a travesty. Like, you don't even get to see the entire fight of that movie unless you see the extended version, which is insane. Because it's cool. It's really, really cool. It's probably the only movie where you actively see dwarves doing something. Like, the only dwarves you see in, like, the Lord of the Rings trilogy is just when they arrive in Rivendell, and then when they're dead in Moria. That's it. You know, like, Gimli's doing his thing, but... yeah. Battle of the Five Armies definitely showed off more of the might of, like, the Dwarven Empire if they, were to actually do something and not just be dead. Which is typically what dwarves do best, unfortunately, is just die and then get angry. It's a sad bit of business. Yeah, they were, actually. There's a lot of things going on during the Lord of the Rings. But you only get to see, like, you know, the Fellowship's little venture off. I think that's why The Hobbit, and even, you know, to an extent, the Rings of Power, the fight scenes were pretty good. You know, it's cool to see other races kind of do something instead of just, hey, they're there. You know, that's the one thing when I was building this list that I completely forgot about, is giving my War Machines runes. I have the Gun Thane, so, like, you've got, like, the Rune of Accuracy, Bursting, and it was another thing. It's, like, a very typical combo of, like, really good shooting. War Machines I completely forgot, though. Like, I was looking at that. Where was it? Like, Rune of Reloading. Yeah. Forging. Those two are typically pretty good. Like, you get reloads, or not reloads, sorry, you get rerolls. You get to shoot if you've kind of fucked up. I think those two in particular were, like, the best, if I'm not mistaken. You know, 20 points per War Machine. Compared to, anything egregious. Yeah. I pretty much didn't give anything in my army any upgrades when I was, like, hastily putting it together outside of the Thane. But I have to revisit it for sure. I have to kind of cut out a few things. My list was a Thane, Burlock Damonson, 2 Engineer Sappers, 2 Engineers. I had about 30 Thunderers, maybe 40 Thunderers, actually. 20 Dwarf Warriors, 4 Gyrocopters, 2 Cannons, 2 Organ Guns, and 4 Doomseekers, and it was about 993. And only one of those guys had upgrades. So, like, only the Thane had any sort of runes. Outside of, like, the Dwarf Warrior unit, which I gave them, like, very static combat res. I completely forgot about most of the upgrades. Yeah. It was Bursting Flame, Rapid Fire, and Accuracy. Yes. Yeah, that's what it was. It's the most typical shooting combo on a Thane because you've got Ballistic Skill 5, which is pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer to take, and it's very in-theme anyways because I'm playing the Expeditionary Force. So what is a Thane in that force? Well, he's with a gun. I think, is it not 5? I thought it was 5. It might be 4. I think it was Weapon Skill 5, if anything, then. The Ballistic Skill 4, Weapon Skill 6, sorry, Ballistic Skill 4. Yeah, yeah. So he'll hit on 3s. Hitting on 3s, wounding on what? 3s, 4s? Yeah, he's multiple hits at that. 130 points, roughly. I think it was 136. He's like a dinky little war machine. He just walks around and kind of blasts people. Yeah. Hello, sir. It did end, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be trimming the list down a little bit, just to kind of put more upgrades in on, like, the cannons, the organ guns. I have to make my Thunderers, the expeditionary ones, for, like, 1 more point so they can move and shoot. I completely forgot about upgrades. I'm so used to, like, AOS. I don't think at the time when I played AOS, like, upgrades were so just non-existent, if I can remember correctly. But, yeah, Warhammer Fantasy is very much about the details. The devil is in them. Even the Doomseekers, I gave nothing. Just very static, 50-point, you know, counter-charge units. Or charging units, depending on who compromises what first. How'd you get into Warhammer? A long time ago. My stepbrother showed me a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, damn, that's my thing, and it's been 20-odd years since. It's been a very long time doing this hobby. A very, very long time. Richard, hello, buddy. It's Fent. Yeah, the, that Old World list website is, like, super useful. Super, super useful instead of cracking open books. It's not that the books are not fun to read through, but, like, if you're making a list, I don't think anyone's going to want to go through them. I thought I'd have to, but thankfully someone reminded me of this website, so that's awesome. It is much more pleasant. Infinitely more pleasant. And it should be updated. Boys, you do. Hello, sir. That wheel is gone. I think I'll be maybe bringing it back with, like, a different take on the wheel, but I think for now I kind of want to stray away from it for a bit because we've used it for, like, a year. It's just been sitting in my living room among pretty much everything else. So yeah, right now there's just nothing to spin for. But later down the line I might kind of like revise it and bring it back for fun. It's not going to be adding time or anything, obviously, but it might be beans or something. Something different. The beans were gross, yeah. The beans were not tasty, to be honest. Well, I don't even need to be honest. I could lie to you and you'd still believe it. They're just disgusting. They're nasty. The beans were fucking horrible. Some of those beans were genuinely so bad that you'd actually throw up. It's just bad. It wasn't pleasant in any capacity to eat the beans. When you got a good one, sure, but, like, you're always under the impression you're just not going to get a good one. Because that's how most of my bag was. It was just a bunch of bad-tasting anus beans. It was vile. Unethical. But, you know, some people liked them, and that's cool. They're really bad. They're like, some people said, "Oh, you're pretending to be sick and, you know, stop exaggerating the taste." Go eat go eat the liver and onions. Go eat the dead fish. Go eat God, even one of the ones that wasn't so bad in the beginning got me in the end. There was something wrong with it. I think, like, Dirty Bandage was just musty. It tasted like an old rug that had been pissed on that you chewed for a few minutes. Some of them are just bad, man. Some of the really bad ones are just completely disgusting. Yeah, not fun. That one is gone. I don't even know where it was, but it was either cappuccino. No, it wasn't cappuccino. It was either black licorice or asphalt. That was the one that was supposed to be for him. And I haven't seen that guy, and that bean is gone, so I have to buy another bag. I don't know where I put it when I was cleaning. But it was the black one. The brown bean... The black bean is terrible, but edible. The brown bean is by far the worst. The brown bean is liver and onions or cappuccino. And I don't think I've ever gotten cappuccino once. So I am very well versed in liver and onions in the form of a bean, which absolutely does not inject you with chemicals. So nasty. It doesn't sound bad, but in the in the form of a bean, where it's a very exaggerated flavor, for me and my taste buds, it was the most unethical thing I've ever eaten. Like, I can't even explain to you how bad it is. It's just puke-inducing. I've thrown up every time eating it. Something about it just does not work with me. Liver and onions bean from, like, Bean Boozle. It's supposedly a kid's game, but it's not. It's torture. You just torture people. You feed them beans, and you're like, man, that's a jelly bean, surely, right? And you've murdered somebody. They physically die and spiritually die. Their soul is ripped away from them. Cast into the void. Yeah, I've done that. I've been trying to move around a bit more. My back is, like, infinitely better than it was. But we take ample breaks. You know, we just try and be a little bit more limber. 100%. Oh, yeah. I think I've only taken one break right now, so I should do one right... I should do one right now. Let me get up and stretch for a minute. I'll also run a minute ad, actually, because we're doing this, so I'll be right back. Oh... Oh, man. Ah. Oh my god. Oh, ow! Alright, we're back. Liver tastes alright. I've never had liver. I've had the liver beans, so I can't say for certain. But I will say the liver bean is unethical. Satan created it. They don't do that now. What do they do again? They let you re-roll ones, and they let you re-roll artillery or misfire. Those two things. So, and you can't target them if they're within 3 inches of like a unit. Is it rerolling ones? They give you entrenchment, so you get like light armor, light cover, +1 to your save. Okay, so you can reroll ones or a single artillery dice. You get light cover, and he can't be targeted. That's what engineers do. Rerolling ones is pretty good. If you combo it with, like, Burlock... Well, for the sake of the army I'm playing, so we're doing, like, Expeditionary Force, it's all just about moving and shooting and being annoying. Burlock Damonson allows you to kind of fire at full range instead of, you know, losing 1 on the dice roll. So you're going to have, like, Quarrelers or Thunderers shooting at, like, what, 30 inches, hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s with the Engineer. Just like a plethora of random, minute buffs. I don't think it's anything too egregious. You know, rerolling 1s, fine. Firing at long range without negative modifiers, that's actually pretty good. Rerolling artillery dice if you're using, you know, cannons, organ guns, whatever else, like, that's pretty damn good too. But, and then on top of that, you got runes if you want to deck them out. But, you know, the engineers are fairly cheap. I think with, like, what, a handgun, they're 58 points. They just sit there, you know? They give you buffs and they give out, they get 1 shot. So, you can't go wrong with a bunch of them. I think the sappers are a little bit more interesting, though, because they've got, like, the 9-inch dangerous terrain bubble. So, like, and I think they're only available for Expeditionary Force. So you just pretty much plant them by gun lines, and anyone who wants to charge in, they just take dangerous terrain tests, and then, you know, preferably die on the way in, and then die getting shot. It's pretty annoying. A sandwich with sauce. I've never had it. I think meat in general is amazing, but I've just never had liver. if they end their turn within the area. I figured it would also work if they end it charging into you or something like that too. I'm not sure. I haven't even played a game yet. I'm just kind of going off of what I've read and seen, but it's a pretty damn good rule considering sappers are like 60 points, I think. Like, they're really cheap. You can spam them. Even though they don't, like, overlap. For something cheap, it's still a pretty damn good rule. Especially trying to run into a gun line, it's just kind of doomed. Everyone's dying on the way in, and then Dwarven crafted stand and shoot. Yeah, they're nice to have. They're cheap. Slayers? I think the Doomseekers are pretty good from what I've heard. I'm not sure if regular Slayers are very good, considering they're pretty expensive and, you know, you can play them as like a big Slayer host, but I'm just not sure. I've seen lists where people run, like, excessive amounts of Doomseekers. And I think their little gimmick at the time was that if they die, you kind of deny them points. If the Doomseeker lives, they get points for them being alive. But if they don't, they lose points. So you technically just want to throw them in and have them die. But, you know, responsibly. In a way that benefits you. The biggest problem with Slayers, though, is that it's not... I don't even want to talk about the game when it comes to Slayers. It's creating the damn army. That, I think for most people, that's kind of the biggest problem. If you can ever field a full Slayer army, that's amazing. That's awesome. But, like, the fact that they'd put an Army of Infamy in the new book, the Cetra book, and be like, hey, you can make a full Slayer army, and you've got, like, you know, 300 tons of metal. Hopefully one day plastic Slayers do come out, because that'd be awesome. And that would kind of fill out, you know, one of the 3 armies you can technically play. Well, one of the 4 armies, I should say. During, I think it was there was an interview with, like, Miniature Realms and Gav Thorpe. And, I think at the time he was talking about Storm of Chaos, because that's when you first had, like, the big Slayer host kind of come in with Malachi. And I think he talked about if it was a bit more successful, they could have done plastic Slayers at that time, because that makes the most sense. But you've pretty much got, like, the old school Marauder miniature, you know, Ali Morrison sculpts from, like, way back when, which, to me, are the most iconic Slayer sculpts out there. But I think that's the biggest barrier to making that Army of Infamy, is just not having a standard way of buying Slayers. Like, you can 3D print, you can go Avatars of War, you can do anything outside of GW stuff, but if you want to play at a store, you have to use the official miniatures, which are amazing, but for the price point, and then for, like, lugging around and, you know, playing with an army in today's times, plastic and resin are typically better. Not that the sculpts are better, but what I'm saying is, like, you know, this isn't like the 90s. This isn't the 90s. Full metal armies are awesome, but yeah, you need a lot. You need a ton of bodies. If you could ever work them out. But, I do firmly believe that they are going to bring plastic slayers out. It only makes sense. The Grand Army is everything. Expeditionary Forces, all plastic and resin. And conversions. You know, there really isn't a way to obtain official slayers without going through, like, AOS conversions or just buying the metal box. Yeah, you would. Like, your whole army is metal. Well, technically you've got a plastic mini. Like, the 8th edition Dragon Slayer was plastic. You've got the resin Forge World character as well that was supposed to be for, like, a different expansion, but it came out anyways. Blackfire Pass. Right now I don't. I should have one, but I don't. I haven't really done anything but kind of... Oh, you can't see them. I've just been tacking together Thunderers. Right now the army is still kind of in, like, its infancy, but I think when it picks up I might do, like, an Instagram. Or just post them to Twitter. But I know Instagram's kind of, like, the place to be for minis, so... Yeah, Instagram's good. There's a lot of great guys on there. A lot of the sculptors as well from, like, way back when actually still post on Instagram. It would be ideal. There is the Discord, though. Discord's usually pretty good for that stuff, too, but it's more localized, right? It doesn't really hit too much of an audience. This should be done. Yeah, you're good. That's fine. It's good to be everywhere. Again, Instagram is kind of like the #1 place you want to be if you want to share things. Every miniature person is on Instagram. That's, like, the place to share photos. Ivana's done it over the years. I just haven't. I've had no reason to be on Instagram until now, to be honest. Let's do this. For sure. I mean, even YouTube videos, I do plan on making those, and I think, for starters, it's just going to be something very basic. Something super simplistic and nothing too insane. And then eventually, if I can find the time and make connections to certain people, I'd like to do, like, interviews and different things. That'd be fun. You can play... Well, technically you can play... The latest thing they've come back with was Battle March. So, in the new Cetra's Fury book, there's a way to play, like, I think a 750-point game. But you could play 2K. Just say it's the same thing as, like, 40K. You could still say, hey, let's play a 1,000-point game, a 750-point game, a 2,000-point game. It really just depends on who you're playing. But I think 750 and, like, 2K are kind of, like, the standard. You just build an army, use the app, and throw down. The biggest difference in Old World to other systems currently is just, it is rank and flank, it's big blocks of units, and then also there is a lot of minute rules that you have to remember. It's a very rules-dense type of, like, detailed experience. You know, like, most of your stuff is just like, okay, rolling on 3s to hit, 2s to wound, blah, blah, blah. Same 40k stuff. At least from what I can remember. I haven't played 40k in a while. A lot of what you're going to forget is more so the specific rules per unit. That's the biggest thing. There's just so many of them. Like, for the sake of the old world, the devil is in the details. But of course, I mean, if you've played whatever tabletop game, it just takes time. Fantasy was quite the journey as a kid. You've got, like, Bible's worth of rules. Yeah. Well, that's fun. I mean, it really just, you know what, man? I don't think any of these games are, like, end-all, be-all, insanely complicated stuff. You just kind of have to pick an army and then roll with it, and you'll get in a few games. Like, of course, Age of Sigmar is probably the easiest gaming system. And then 40k, and then Old World, and Horus Heresy. But in a few games, you'll get it. You know, it's not like... They're designed to be played and, you know, sold, so it's not impossible, but there is a bit of a learning curve. And most of it comes from, like, memorizing rules. You just gotta write everything down and ball. Pray for the best. Yeah, next year there should be a Fire Slayer update, though, if you did want to wait for that. There's no point in doing Fire Slayers right now. Supposedly next year they're gonna get a pretty big refresh, but that's what we're hoping for. Fire Slayers just don't... I think they just weren't really popular. A lot of the initial sculpts are very samey. They're a very, like, one-note type of army. You just run everyone in. You've got a few, like, spells and shit that can come off, but... With the current... If I remember correctly, I think what's going on in AOS right now is they're trying to, like, unite most of the dwarves into more of a we'll just say a dwarf tide. If I remember correctly, I haven't read, like, AOS in a while. I guess the Fire Slayers just aren't really doing it. Like, they're just not what they want to be rolling with. Apparently, basic infantry will be squatted out. Characters are going to be squatted out from, like, the miniature range. They just need an update. It's not that their sculpts are, like, the worst thing ever, but they're too samey. I'm going to put them separate, so I can just be annoying. Bear, hello, sir. If you go look at the Fire Slayer range, it's very... I don't think it was done the best. I think the best thing to look at in the Slayer range is probably the Magmadroths and the Warcry team, which also includes baby Magmadroths. It still is a very one-note type of army, though, for sure. Caradrons seem to be doing very well. They're a little bit more diverse. The aesthetic is a lot better. They're unique. They look fairly different. So they ended up just getting a new book. They just got a new update and new units, which is awesome. But the Fire Slayers are certainly being cooked up right now. Last book in the edition. I hope they're served well. Like, they need they need some help. Manifestations, yeah. It's more of, like, not magic. They just... I mean, even Caradron had bound spells, where they had, like, little things in a bottle where they just kind of, like, whoop, and then they'd come out and do stuff. Yeah. It's not, like, real magic. Bound magic. One kit builds all. It's... subjectively, I don't like the look of the Fire Slayers. Their miniatures are very... expressionless. They're not as characterful as I'd hoped. You know, like, if you've got a bunch of Slayers, you'd probably want them yelling and, you know, flailing their arms around and screeching as they fly into battle. A lot of their poses, a lot of their sculpts are very tame. They look a little bit too static, in my opinion. The beards are a little odd as well, from, like, the main Volkite stuff. But, you know, they were popular. Even I had a Fire Slayer army. I sold it, but I did have one at one point. I think I'm going to wait for the refresh, and then see what that's about, and then maybe jump into them. Age of Sigmar The initial aesthetic of Age of Sigmar was very clean to begin with. I think a lot of the promotional art was kind of... I don't want to say... I guess you could say marketable. It's just that when it first came out, it was very, very, very clean. Over time, they've kind of gone back to like that gritty, fantasy aesthetic. I think his name was Thomas Elliott, who did a lot of the latest cover arts for the codexes. They're so good. They're a lot more in line with, I think, what people want. But something, take a look at the standard Fireslayer releases, and then look at the Warcry Warband, and you'll see a very different aesthetic. Like the Warcry Warband, the beards alone are like top notch. But again, it's all subjective. It's just what you like and what you don't like. Art will always be the eye of the beholder. I would say for me, the Caradron are more in line with what I like, personally, but you can't really go wrong with Slayers. But you definitely do want... You do want some slightly more interesting base sculpts, I think. Well, the Fire Slayers are not Slayers, in the sense that they all just want to go die an honorable death. Like, at least if I'm not mistaken. Like, Warhammer Slayers, Warhammer Fantasy Slayers, at least, they roam the lands, they hold up in different places where battle's about to go down. They're very rugged, very disgusting. Their whole idea is, again, an honorable death, go sit amongst the ancestors at the table, blah, blah, blah. The Fire Slayers, are a society. They very much are a living, breathing people who, lodge together and fight together in different things. It's not the same thing. It is not, yeah. So it's not like an army of suicidal people who just want to die. It's like a culture of individuals who, like the dwarves of old who live in mountains. They live in lodges. Yeah. So, not the same thing. A dwarf with a mount. I actually kind of like the Magmadroth concept because that was pulled from fantasy way back when. I think that's a very interesting thing. I don't think for Warhammer Fantasy it's the most dwarvish thing to kind of enslave a creature, use it, ride around with it. But well, they don't enslave them, but you know what I mean. It's a very interesting concept for Age of Sigmar, Like Grimnir fought, what was the thing's name? Volcatrix, the mother of the Magmadroths or something like that, I forgot. But they both kind of blew up, and they're revered, and Grimnir is still being pieced together through all the Urgold they found, and it's an interesting thing for sure that you've got the ancestor worship, and then also they kind of revere the Magmadroths for also being a part in his death. Magmadroths. It's like the big volcanic lizards. Mochi! What are you doing? Can't be here, little buddy. One sec. Mochi.
What are you doing? Wait, little buddy, wait.
You can see Mochi very quickly, but he has to go.
Mochi.
This room is too dirty right now.
What's up? What's up, Mochi?
Alright, he's gotta go. Come on, little buddy. Oh, ow! Whoa! It's kicking off my chest. Liver, hello, sir. Well, Total War is doing really well. I hope Total War gets, Dwarf DLC, but who knows. I think the latest DLC they did was, what, for Norska, Slaanesh, High Elves with Aislinn. I just want dwarves, man. Give me bugmen, give me, like, steam drill miners who can deep strike. Give me, some more Engineers Guild things. Give me, like, shield bearers, give me oath stones, give me, something. Something more akin to, like, upgrades. You know, bugmen could be, like, a supportive hero. The steam drill miners are just, like, an upgrade for the basic miners. It's just a new unit. Oath stones for Thanes and Lords. Shield bearers for both as well, so you've got, like, a little mount option to kind of wade through combat with. So many cool things you could do thematically, but who knows? No, they will give the dwarves stuff, for sure. The dwarves are going to get, I don't think, anything crazy, because they did get Malachi with, like, the Thunder Barge and, you know, Doom Seekers, which is insane to even think of, and even, like, the Goblin Hewer. All of those Storm of Chaos units. The craziest thing is the Thunder Barge. Like, bar none. That's insane. So if you give them anything, just make them not as insane, you know? You can give the dwarves minor upgrades to stuff. Like, there's been mods for certain units. Like, the actual mount options for lords and shit, there's been mods for. Not sure if there's mods for, like, steam drills, but those are different things, yeah. If you want to get hectic, bring back the Gronti Duraz. Bring back the stone golems from, like, the War of Vengeance, the time of the ancestors. That'd be a bit insane, considering the world is just not for them anymore. The magic just isn't there. The runes have faded. You could do some bullshit. They're back. Cool. You know what you could do is bring out a Bugman's cart. You could bring out that. You could bring out a little dwarf cart that heals you and, like, buffs you up and does different things. It's like a weird corpse cart. All the dwarves gain, like, frenzy and regeneration and all this stuff. Who knows? Fun little supportive units, I think, would be cool. They could bring out Ranulfson, the King of Karak-Hern, because he was exclusively on shield bearers, and then that could also introduce the mount, right? So you've got a shield bearer lord plus like new mount options for other lords and whatnot. Yeah, there's a ton of different things you can do. It just, some things need to happen, other things maybe not so much. Magma beasts. Well, those don't exist in... Those wouldn't be for fantasy. That's for, like, again, AOS. The shard dragons, I think, are a bit of a left field. I don't know if they'd want to go that route. If you're going to bring out a monster, just bring out, like, the golems of some kind. There was two variants of them. There was, like, the Engineers one, the Engineers Guild one, and then the ones of stone, the Gronti Duraz. They both had names, though I just forgot the Engineers Guild one. Something something. It's from, like, roleplay, I believe. Maybe just change the music. I mean, I'm not really in a rush. I've got tabletop, so like Total War is kind of off to the side while I do this, but I think for most people who play the game, you'd rather have things now, right? Or just use the mods. Concussive Force is fun. Isn't that the one that gives stupidity? Which would make complete sense if you're playing like a very backline heavy thing. I think that one gives stupidity, no? Yeah. That would be useful. Yeah, absolutely. Anything to kind of keep things away from your backline. Then again, some of the missions have you walking up to the middle of the board, so you're not really, you know, castling too much. I haven't painted those. I never got around to even building Necromunda squats. I cut them all out. I've got pretty much the whole range, like, waiting to be cleaned up and then built, but I haven't done that. Darktide, I think the new class is what? The Hive Scum? It's like the gangers, like the trash of society. I don't know, sir. You can't please them all. The Hive Scum. I mean, if you've got a Nurgle infestation in a hive city, chances are it's not just those in the Imperium. Those are those who are there, you know, the kind of, what's the word? Redeem themselves, who are going to be kind of working against Nurgle. Like, there's a bunch of gangs and stuff running around, and everyone kind of, I'm sure, does their own thing, but you still need to not have everyone die to the plague. I think it makes sense. I'm more so fantasy, for sure. Digging with your units on a capture zone. Well, it's, you can't really march up the board with shooting units. Like, I think it's about 2 turns, 3 turns maybe, until they get in, depending on the mission, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, if you have to play something like King of the Hill, ideally you do contest the middle with some sort of, like, durable unit. What I'm doing for my list, and again, I'm not a tournament player, I don't I haven't played Old World yet, but I've seen content of it, and I've played Fantasy before. Like, I'll do Expeditionary Force, but I'm also going to be running a block of, like, 20 Dwarf Warriors with very, very normal, or not very normal, but more so combat res-focused, like, setups. So I think I gave them one of the banners. They've got, like, 4 ranks, blah, 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 full command. Their goal is just to kind of walk up the board and sit there. You know? They're not really meant to win combat, but they're not meant to move. Because a lot of the old world stuff, I mean, you know, killing the opponent, you'll get a few things, but with the new, like, I think General's book, you've got a few more options for, like, deployments and stuff like that. And then different, you know, ways to score. But who knows? I have no clue. I haven't played a game yet, so I can't really say for certain if it's, like, even viable or whatnot. Time will tell. The Hive Scum are part of, like, the cities, yeah. They're just, like, loser gangers and punks and whatnot. You and the icon, it is, sir. It is indeed me in the icon. I will be later today, yeah. I'm actually going to get off here in a sec. I'm going to get off this, I'm going to go eat, and then I'll be on the main channel. We'll do some League. I think when I finish this, we'll pretty much end. It's just going to be League. I think I just want to give myself a few more days, or even, like, leading into December to kind of, like, readjust. It's either just going to be Warhammer or League, as of right now, just to kind of, like, chill out. And then we'll do a lot of the videos and variety and stuff like that towards December, so in less than a week. The 25th is now. And the month is pretty much over next week, right? So it'll be soon. That I have no clue. I haven't even looked at variety since ending the event. I have no idea. The list is still there, but we have to check it when we're on that stream. I think it was something... It might be Returnal, actually. It may be Returnal. Possibly. But, yeah, we just gotta get back to kind of a normal schedule. My sleep is really fucked off right now. It's just me waking up at, like, 4 a.m., feeling like shit. Going to bed early. I'm just trying to readjust. Pretty much the entire event was like a very consistent schedule, streaming like 10 to 14 hours a day. It was very, very consistent, and then I got sick. I didn't get sick, I got, what's the word? I was debilitated. And, that pretty much ruined everything. It was about week and a half type of flip of the schedule. So I'd wake up like 2 to 3 times a day. I'd go to bed at odd times. I'd just lay down all day and kind of go nowhere. And I'm still trying to get out of that right now because I got so used to it. Crazily enough, I think Ivana has a better schedule than me. And she's had the worst schedule for years. So the tides have kind of turned. Yeah. Start a second event. God, no. We still have to go over that event, but my body did not take well to whatever we did. It was like probably the most debilitating thing I've had happen to me in years. Just being able to lay down for like 2 weeks straight without really moving too much. And then even sitting down is like excruciatingly painful. Thankfully, 90% of that's over, so that's good news. But that was a very long, you know, in hindsight, it's crazy to think that like a year felt like less time than 2 weeks of misery. 2 weeks of being like couch ridden, unable to move, felt longer than a year of playing games, which was amazing. Yeah. Well, I guess they do say that. It was a very fun event, and I'm glad people liked it. And like I said, I would have gone on longer if my health wasn't so terrible, but there was just no way to continue. You know, you can't really sit there and say, "Hey guys, give me 2 weeks to get better, and then I'll be back and we'll continue with the event." I don't mind a day. I don't mind 2 days, maybe. You know, we had health stuff with my grandfather throughout the event that I had to take a little bit of time for, but it wasn't like 2 weeks. So it just didn't feel right. Do I need to change my name? I mean, well, I might bring the beans back. Who knows? I may bring them back one of these days. One of these days. The beans. I still have the wheel, and I'm not going to throw away the wheel. That's just kind of stupid to do, you know? So maybe. Do not throw away the wheel. This guy. It's stupid. It's my great-great-great-grandfather's pistol. Ah, you bastard, I'm gonna give it to you. It's just so stupid. I need to try and, the goal of this is to scrape away the hand, and to basically have it so instead of reloading his handgun, he's just, well, instead of reloading his rifle, he's just pulled out a handgun. He's just gonna shoot you instead. That was kind of the goal for this mini. Like, he's just not taking the time to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I want to make a few of these guys not so, you know, static. Most of the handgunner models are pretty static. They just kind of hold their gun, they aim their gun. Stuff like that. Yeah. So, you can make very characterful dwarves. I mean, they're not like, you know, completely brainwashed, drilled out of their mind, where it's like everyone fires in unison and everyone's just kind of robotic. Yeah, a lot of these guys have some character. Although they do try to be as proficient as possible. Give me 1 second, sorry. 1 second, folks. 1 sec. Sorry, we're here. The channel name was changed about a week ago, roughly. It's just meant to be, more hobby-related. I don't really want it connected to Tobias Fate in any way, but it's just different. What do I want to do with this guy's arm? This was another guy who was supposed to be kind of like at ease. Instead of blasting you with a pistol, he's just smoking. which is very typical. I'm just trying to figure out which pose makes more sense, though, because I don't want them to be the same. I think I like this more, because I do want them different. So one gun's going to be down, him smoking, then the other one's going to be up, and this guy's just like, fuck it, we bowl. I don't even know. There's no schedule right now until December. I'm just kind of easing back into streaming and everything. I'm just not sure yet. I'm not sure if I like this more or the other one more. If you were smoking, where would your gun be? Would you put your gun up or your gun down? Not that it really matters too much, because, like, it could be anything. It could be anything. You've got your powder cartridges next to where you're smoking. I kind of like this pose, but it doesn't really look like he's fired his gun. This is more of like he's resting it, not he just fired it and now he's kind of swapped to his sidearm. To me, this is more of like, oh shit, we're good. I don't know. Not sure. This is so stupid. Funny. Yeah, these two I'm not sure, because these two are kind of like the converted ones. Actually, there's a third converted one, but he's just kind of like holding his powder cartridge. This one has to be converted as well. And mochi hairs on me. This one was supposed to be like this, where he's got his like powder cartridge, and then he's going to be reloading his handgun upright. Once I chop off the hand and the arm and everything and then shave it down. Yeah, so that's cool. I don't know. It's not that hard to remove. It just takes a bit of finagling, but you can pretty much do it seamlessly. These two, though, I just don't... Yeah. Like, same thing with this one. I have to remove the hand on the gun. And again, it should be pretty easy. Although maybe not using this barrel because it's got the spiral. Something like this I think would be much easier to work with, but we'll see. I think I like this. I think I'm just going to go with the initial idea of having this gun kind of propped up and then he's smoking. They're smoking! I think that looks very much at ease. He really doesn't give a fuck. And then this one needs to be something like that. I'm not sure. As much as I say I do like this, I don't want the poses to be the same. Like, that looks pretty good. This aesthetically is better, but I don't want them to be like a one-to-one. Technically, you could angle the arm and have it slung over his shoulder. You could do that too, but sky's the limit. This just looks way too much the same. It's the same arm pose. If I could put this gun over his shoulder, you finagle it a bit and then have it kind of resting there, I think this wouldn't be so bad. It's just these poses are so weird. Like, what were they really intending with, like, the arm to be like this? I'm not sure. This one looks pretty good too, though. I think this one actually works a bit better. I don't know. You know what? I think I do like this more. I don't think the at-ease gun pose. I do like it, but compared to the other one, I don't know. No, it's got to be the other way around. It's got to be this one. You just have to shave off a bunch of stuff and you can kind of have it, like, close to his body. In some capacity. Well, I do want the guns because they're supposed to be thunderers, so, like, the idea is that they all have handguns. The little shtick with this guy, though, is that he's just decided not to reload. That's about it. Usually the sergeants get the pistols if you want to give them pistols, but the gun is kind of like the unifying feature of the handgunners, or the thunderers, I should say. So as long as they're on the unit somewhere, that's kind of the point. I just don't know. It just looks unnatural to kind of hold something like this, like... I don't know. I'll think of it. I do, but it's in storage somewhere. I don't know where it is. There's only one head option on the Thane. The Thane is pretty much like a monopose, one-dimensional... It's a resin character. There's not much like converting to it or anything. This is Old World. And I mean, that's fine. The gun thing looks pretty good. I do like the sculpt. Yeah. Oh. I can't have them looking like this. It's too similar. Well, you can take the wings off if you want. You just have to patch in the head. The wings do come off. The wings are actually brought on separately. So you still have to build him, but yeah. He's very expensive, though. I think Canadian-wise, he's like $60 for one mini. And it's a dwarf. Which is kind of insane. It's not like Thorgrim on the throne, you know? It's cool, though. I think I'm more inclined to just do something like this. I can't be fucked with. Well, those Imperial Dwarves, I think, are from, like, what, the 80s? Yeah, those are, is that Allie Morrison? I think. I think that's the new going rate for, like, units price-wise, or characters price-wise for, like, resin stuff. Burlock was pretty much the same price. The old Forge World Dwarf Command, I think, is like $70, but you get 3 of them. Hmm. You'd have to shave up the arm a bit and clean it to make it look natural, but I do want the handgun kind of like there. The posing of it is so rough with like how the arm is supposed to be, because the arm's supposed to kind of connect to like the other arm and then you're aiming it, but yeah. Just a bit of finagling and like chopping. I think I'll leave it at that and just think about it later. This guy for sure is going to be like this. 100% he'll be like this. Like actually piss chilling. Yeah. You can't go wrong with some Funny alternate poses. There you go. Did he really? Those, man, Command and Conquer. I haven't played Command and Conquer in so long. Oy, oy, oy. I think the last Command and Conquer I played was, crazily enough, like Tiberium Wars, which was probably, what, 2010? Something like that? A lot of the older voice acting, though, from those games were, they've also kind of injected, like, the actual acting. That was fun. But, I think I've noticed a lot of people from, like, the games most of us, I'm sure, played. Sec. Have passed away. You just hope everyone's doing well at the end of the day. Hopefully. Yeah, that was, God, what was his name? That was, he's been in so many things. What's his name? Forgot his name. I feel bad. Yeah, Red Alert was fun, though. I mean, the older Command and Conquers in general. I grew up with my stepfather, and he kind of had most of them. I don't know if I prefer that or StarCraft, to be honest. Like, Warcraft was good. I think even the Dune one at one point was fun. But, I think these days, I'm not sure if people kind of keep up with, like, Command and Conquer. I think the franchise kind of went with, like, the mobile approach to make as much money as they could. But I'm sure the biggest thing for, like, the older RTS games is that they've got, like, the very hardcore, competitive PvP community. I think that's the biggest thing for those ones. It's a lot of the older guys kind of still playing. Nirvana, hello, buddy. I should actually leave right now, folks. I'm gonna have lunch, and then I'm going to get online, and, we're gonna do some League, so that is gonna be it for me for now. I don't know if I'll be on again tonight after we do the League stream. I've just been falling asleep very early. Just feeling like shit for like the last 2 days. So I'm gonna go eat, and then if you want to join me on the main channel, we will be there. If not, and you just want to chill on this channel, that's totally fine too. We will be back on, if anything, tonight, or if not, definitely tomorrow. So the goal moving forward, though, is to kind of get back to normal for December. Ideally, for the month of November, we're just kind of like chilling, relaxing, getting back into the groove of streaming. And come December, we're going to do like variety and pretty much everything else. So yeah. 4:30, the sun goes down. That's kind of when I get tired. The issue is just your schedule doesn't improve, right? Like if you go to bed early and you wake up at like 12 and then you go back to bed, you wake up at like 4. You're not really too well rested. You're over rested. Yeah. But folks, that is going to be it for me. So thank you everyone for watching. Again, if we're on, we'll be on later tonight. If not, we'll be on tomorrow. There is a Discord if you want to go yap it up in the Warhammer space or the main space. All the links are below stream for everything. So thank you again, folks. Be well. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for hanging out. And I will see you all later tonight. So peace, everyone. Be well.